Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever it may be, wherever you guys may be. Um, I apologize. There is a little too much on the plate going on with going to leave town. Who have I got out there today? And you know what? Then I heard that Geek brought the stream up an hour early. And here you guys are, 10 whole peoples out there in the world waiting for me. Oh my God, that is too good. Hey, Beckness. Oh, it is, wow, it is morning for you, my friend. My goodness. Are the roosters a cock-a-doodle doing yet? Oh my gosh, it is just terribly hot in this house too. Let's see, I see Trader out there. Who else is out there? Oh, Stinger, hi. I was talking about you the other day. Hello, Dick. How you doing? How you doing? Geeking Out Gaming. Scooter, how you doing, my friend? Are you painting today? I am hoping that Samini shows up to paint with us today. Is AA Ron out there? I actually know somebody named AA Ron. Hold on just a minute. Gotta get that magic pokey poke stick. You guys are supposed to be a little farther over this way. There we go. Right on. Hi, Jenna. Yeah, it has been a really weird, kind of like just out there. I am so sorry. Hey, Dee Dee. I hope you're still out there. How you doing? Corvus, what is it? Wow, long time no see. What is going on with you, my friend? What is going on with you? But you know what? There was a time when things would get confused and I didn't do the Instagram post. So Geek had said, okay, so when there's an Instagram post, then he was going to go look at it and then he'll get the name from there and everything like that before he launches it. Now, I'm thinking I don't need to worry about it, right? Because what time we were putting it at, because he was going to check before he pressed go. Coasters, no, these are not coasters. This is actually the Grim Grip. I did a video on it and I left it sitting on the desk here. This is Geek's, part of Geek's Army. Well, actually, no, the haunt is not part of Geek's Army. The haunt actually belongs to Lamuness. No, Barrels. Sorry, Lamuness owns the giant that I have to finish. Well, happy birthday, Dextrose, and welcome aboard, my friend. Yeah. Oh, thank you. And then I was gonna be real nice because I'd been, everything's been a little bit weird. So I thought, oh, I'll curl my hair for everybody. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do that, but so I go to do that, and my fucking curling iron's not plugged in, and my hair was like, so I'm like, ah, shit. So yeah, a little bit of excitement. Oh, you're talking about, yeah, she's going to go to someone else's studio, but before she leaves, I got a little repair to fix on her and then a little bit of painting to do. And we've got to take some pro photos of her because honestly, the good news is I have one of these in the box. Now, I do not know if it will be the same as her, but I think I can accomplish something cool. But we traded, and the way it was is that I had one in a box, and I started painting on mine if he would send me his. Yes, absolutely, Vecnus, because otherwise I won't be able to know what colors are where. What are you doing for your birthday, Dextrose? Yeah, I'm gonna do a where you take the little tiny we bought one, but it's like super slow, so we need one that is a little bit faster so that we can get a full 360 in, like, I don't know, you don't want to wait for a 360 for 30 seconds, right? And more like what, 10 maybe. As you can see, I've still got my very sloppy rainbow palette out, but we're not going to be using that today. We are going to be using a rainbow palette, yes, but we are going to eliminate this one because it was too much moisture for these colors and ultimately kind of caused a little bit of an issue. Well, not everybody has that kind of patience, Vecnus. I do. I do. I'm with you, but not everybody does. Sometimes they're on their lunch break and they're just, going. But I think maybe if it's like, I think 360, maybe 20 seconds max would be really good, because I've been counting it in my mind and then seeing, because yeah, you're right. You want to get the detail and everything. Exactly, exactly. Today is Dextrose's birthday, you guys. So let's see, I'll show you what I was doing here. As soon as we get this palette, the wet palette down now, I'm going to try to monitor my water a little bit. Let's see here. I'm going to, now how I do it is so what I do is to get less water, because I tend to flood them a little and leave a little water like around the recesses. So we don't want that much water, okay? Because the chimeras are practically pure pigment. So if you're leaving them sit in a puddle of water, they begin to spread, and then they make friendly with each other. They're very attracted to each other. They mix well, I should say. So you want just enough water to where when you poke your sponge, you see that little pool of water around my finger? Just that much, not where it's a whole lot. And then, oh yeah, and you know what? Oh my God, do you know what happened, you guys? Okay. So I told Geek, I am not getting those cuttlefish paints ordered. I keep forgetting. I'm tired. My brain is fried, whatever. I'm working on something else. And then I'm like, oh, I'll just do it tomorrow, blah, blah, blah. Because it's for me, right? I'm not thinking about it as being for you guys. Otherwise, it would have been ordered like 2 weeks ago. So I asked Geek, hey, can you go order me the cuttlefish paint? And he's like, sure. So beware of the cuttlefish, right? Okay, well, now, you know what? So I tell him to do that, ask him to do that. He's like, sure, I'll do it for you, babe. And I'm like, okay. So I'm walking through the kitchen like 2 days ago. He goes, oh, I ordered your cuttlefish paint. And I went, oh, yay. Okay, great. I'm looking forward to that. He goes, yeah, I ordered them all. And I'm like, you ordered them all? And he goes, yeah, all 97 of them. And I'm like, but now we're going to have like all the cuttlefish. So if for any reason I have a color that like is way too much like another color in my studio or something like that, it looks like we might be doing a little bit of cuttlefish fish giveaway. We're going to give away fish. Yeah. Right. I know, Vecnus. He's like, well, it's not like I know which colors to order, and you always don't go and buy the thing you need to buy. And I have the money in my PayPal because I save up, right? And he's like, so, and you wanted that, so I just went and got it, and I got them all. I know. I wasn't thinking when I turned that over to him that that's the way that was going to go. And then, of course, there's having space for all 97 colors in the studio, which right now, because the desk is not done, we kind of don't. So there's that. I was just like, oh, well, just though it does let me know that if I say, hey, Geek, could you order me some Sisters of Battle or something? It lets me know that now I have to be careful. Actually, you're too busy to celebrate, Dextrose. You're getting ready for your YouTube channel. Let's see. Wait. You're too busy to celebrate because you're getting everything ready for your YouTube channel on Middle Earth Strategy Battle Game. We are going to be doing some live gaming in the future, you guys. We actually are kind of moving towards getting the game room set up and kind of cleaned out and everything. Probably not as official as yours is going to be, Dextrose, but maybe in the future, you never know. In the meantime, I thought it would be fun to do a little bit of gaming and let you guys help me out. Like, I'll battle Geek and you guys can help me because I really don't know how to play. Let's see. Razor Knees, what are you doing in here? What are you doing in here? Razor Knees, do you stream? Okay, wait. Hold on.
Welcome aboard the
Hi, Maddie. Oh, is Dragonheart is raiding us. Hey, Dragonheart, welcome aboard. Agu, I missed you in the chat. Hey, how are you doing, my friend? Wow, it's been a minute. Razor Knees, do me a favor, doll. Can you please put your deets in my Discord? Could you do that? There's a place where you can introduce yourself. Because you're on this project, the Grim Grip project with me, I would very much like to have all of your deets. I was looking for you before I cut my video yesterday, and I could not find you on Twitch. I didn't, the Razor Knees 09, I didn't know about that. I did find you on Instagram, so I used your Instagram because it was the best I could do. How are you doing, Malo? How are you doing? Ravenosa. Oh, that reminds me of Harry Potter. Harry Raviosa. Oh, good, good. I saw you in Dragonheart's stream. Dragonheart, I am assuming you are getting ready to leave for work and you don't have a chatty time, but it was nice to be able to make your stream for a little minute. Now I know why I'm missing your streams on Tuesday. Oh,
welcome aboard.
Oh, hello, Ada. Ada Nieve? Is that right? Nueve. Is it Ada Nieve or Ada Nueve? Or Ada Nueve? Ah! Oh, Ada Niue. Oh, okay. Okay. You're off. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, you're off. Oh, you're off. As in like, oh, yay. Yay. Well, Geek started the stream an hour early, so there's that. But that's okay. It just kind of happened. All right, now I'm trying not to put the Chimera paints do not like as much water on the palette as some others. You know, at least there was friends to talk to, right? Hold on, I'm gonna get that. Edaniwe. Adaniwe. What does it mean? I can call you Ada. Let's see, Ada. I probably won't remember the Niwe. Adaniwe. Machete. Ooh, I might want to call you Machete. Oh. I was actually in a Spanish channel the other day, translating on Google and talking. Ada means machete. Oh, good. So I can call you Ada then. Okay. So yes, Razor Knees. I do not want to forget. Please, please. I need your information. You don't stream. Okay. Okay. Oh, Razor. Now I know who you are. Okay. So your Instagram is as good as it gets. That's what you have. Okay. I'm with you now. Perfection. Okay. Great. Great. Okay. So then I did get the right information in my video. That works out. Okay. Now I know who you are. Razor Knees, you go with Fox. You see, I keep thinking Rhino, but Rhino is actually with Bronze Archer. So I got that right. Oh, yay. We are on the D Live doing the D Live thing. So let's see. Oh, you guys, I have to go up the stairs to grab my googly eyes. I left them there. So yeah, I did a video on the Grim Grip, you guys. It should be available for you before I leave town on the 30th on YouTube. I will make sure to put the link in all the places so you guys can go see. And what I did really was I went through all the ways that it can be used. Voodoo Graphics, welcome, welcome. How are you? Yeah, so I have all these different weird ways that I use it, and I wanted to share them all with everybody. So Razor Knees, I got this. This is like an old. Not all pans are created equal, but this is an old camping pan. And I got it for like $3 at a Goodwill, and it magnets to it so that you can be hands-free and set this down without having to set your mini down when it's wet or when it's drying. It magnets to it. It will not magnet to all pots and pans. They are all not created like that. But also I can keep all the pieces for that project in a tray. So I'm going to be buying some little square trays that fit into an area like drawers in order for all the projects to be able to be in them and this to be able to go right in the tray. Or I can just put them in plastic trays when I'm done and then stick them in here when I'm working on them. But it worked out really good. No, my googly eyes actually are my glasses, Vecness. That's what I call my glasses because they make, my wife said that they make my eyes look, my wifey, she always says, oh, I love when you wear those glasses. They make your eyes look really big. Let's see. We don't have Raiders today. It's Tuesday. We only have Raiders on Sunday and Friday, Dragonheart. Because it's, well, I actually haven't really picked up operating it, to be honest with you. What have we got here from Voodoo? Oh, you are grand. Oh, good. I am well. I am well. We are going to work on this guy here, which we actually don't need this for today. I'm going to be finishing up at least his white skin. We're going to be working with some gray tones and, of course, a little bit of tones from the purple because, you know, he's wearing a lot of purple and the green. I also kind of have to fix the hair a little bit. So this is just a block on the hair to get some highlights where I want them so that I kind of have a frame of reference in working on the face. I like to have everything around it a little bit, you know, colorful and looking like I'm working with something because skin is really tedious. So if you don't, I feel like if I don't have the inspiration of the additional area, I kind of, I don't know, it gets a little muddy. So I find that when I block around it a little bit like that, then I get better. You'll have to excuse my background today, you guys. I was cutting a video, so I was doing a special background. I find when I do some colors around the edges and, you know, put the hair in a little bit, at least at the front, that it gives me more patience with the skin because I can kind of see also when I start getting off in left field, maybe I'm making it a little muddy or I'm not getting my shadows right or something, you know, like he's got a dark side to his face and a light side, but it hasn't really popped yet. And I find by having some colors, it just, I don't know, it centers it and makes it look better to me so I can move through without it being as monotonous. Oh, yes, I am definitely, and I use it in many different ways. So, in fact, I have a couple of ways that I use it for. No smart-ass remarks from you guys. It has nothing to do with mini painting. I don't have it, Ada. Geek is the one that takes care of the games in the channel, and I don't have Geek. He's our gamer, and on Sundays and on Fridays, he's here to do the gaming portion. But on Tuesdays, we don't do game. Oh, that's right. Yeah, oh, those Raiders. Okay, yes. Yeah. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Exactly. Push the icon in the upper left-hand corner, and it will reroute you guys back in as original viewers, and it will not make you watch a commercial to my knowledge. You should not have to. Let me go grab my googly eyes so that we're doing things correctly here. We don't want to be painting where we're not supposed to be painting. And move this a little bit. Let me just angle that a little closer to me. It was a little bit different what was going on with there we go. There we go. And get my ball back. There we are. And we should be able to get some volumes today. I've got the shadows, the main shadows placed pretty good. It's just that if you, as you can see, it's a little flat, right? And that's because I haven't got the volumes on the skin built. Hey, Paul John, greetings, greetings, my friend. And then there's Dave. And while I am up, I will also turn on the fan because it is 91 degrees out today. Let's see. Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking. Vecnus was 15 when I was counting. 20 was like the longest, and still it had to do with like how long people watch a video for when it's not really engaging, you know, like how long can you wait? And sometimes people just don't have the time. So, oh, that's nice, Dave. That's nice. Do Angry Birds. Ooh. Oh, wait. Nicaro. Oh, well. Okay, I'm going to need a phonetic on that one. Gui. Gue? Nicrogue. Okay, I'm going to need a phonetic on that one for sure. Come on, give it up. I should put, hang on. I need to put that somewhere. I need to write that down before I forget, because I collect themes for my squigs. I have like 100. Angry Birds. You can't even read that. Where's my black one? That's like just not even working. Here we go. Here's something. Guai. Thank you. Thank you, Ada. Guai. I'm going to write that down. Actually, I think I have. Hold on, you guys. You guys jump into the Discord. I am pretty sure there is a squig section. Hang on. Squigs and Squig Day. Are you serious? Okay. You could put it in Squigs and Squig Day. Oh, look at those squigs. Oh, so good. Blade mark. Yeah, you can put it in Squigs and Squig Day. Yep. I have a whole bunch of them that I've been saving. I don't like to forget. But Angry Birds is a good subject. We've been doing a lot of frogs and birds and stuff like that. But I've got some really crazy ones that are in there, some ideas for squigs. Thank you very much, Dave. If you go to the Discord, there'll be a channel. It's up towards the top that's called Squigs and Squig Day. And go in there, and that's under challenges and contests, because we're going to do an annual Squig Day. And there's one called Squigs and Squig Day. And I feel like, yeah, I feel like that'll be really good. The Angry Birds. I think that's a good one. Ooh, and then we've got one Scooter put in the Star Wars Squig Trooper. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to do that one. Squig Trooper. Or Darth Squig. Okay, I'll go grab my glasses really quick, you guys. I'll be right back. Squig Vader. That's what his name was. Squig Vader. It was Squig Vader. That was he was called. Okay, so a couple of things. So coming up, we have a few subjects that are going to get covered. I'm thinking maybe making a YouTube video so that it's just there for you guys and you don't have to make the live. Squigs are the mascot for life. They are definitely something. I don't know. I just love them because they have just all these teeth, and I love to paint teeth. I don't even think I photographed my recent squigs and put them in Instagram yet, you guys. I don't. Pretty sure. There we go. I was gonna say, pretty sure I found a real glasses cleaner. So, I have a couple things to tell you. First of all, you guys will all be happy to know, and I didn't get a chance to even text you, Dave. 100%, I took Hammy back to the vet one more time because we're getting ready to travel. And I want to know that before we travel, she's 100% in the clear from all of this crap we've been through. She is 100% in the clear. He checked everything. He said she's good. So we are completely in the clear on Hammy. It had nothing to do with age. It just had to do with a thing. It happens. Like we get the flu. It happens. Oh, no. Oh, are you serious? I'm glad I bought a big order from you before you took off. Hey, use your wood. Wait, have you packed up your studio yet? Because if you have not, what is that? Bugs? Me eating bugs? If you have not packed up your studio yet, you have. Okay. I was going to say, well, maybe that's why there was extra goodness in there. So, okay, you guys, a few things. Are you going to just keep your order? Just keep us posted. Keep us posted. Especially me. Fortunately, I got a kind of big order before you did that, and so that works out really good for me. Oh my gosh, everybody at the cabin, there was a party at the cabin last weekend, and everybody loved the cutting board. Loved it. Yes, packing studios is a pain in the ass. Oh, so you're going to be closed for a while? Are you going to open anywhere temporarily, or are you just going to wait till the house is built? Oh, no. No. Okay. Well, I guess I got to bear with that, you guys. All right. So the few things are, first of all, I wanted to tell you guys about Hammy. Okay, so that you guys know that the dog is in the clear. She's feeling much better and ready to do the doggo show on Fridays again. So it's not a 30-acre studio, although you never know. You never know. The other thing is, on a Technical Tuesday coming up, one of the things I'd like to address, because we've got to paint these guys, is painting red. Yes, it's great news, use your wood. So, something to think about. Red seems, I've had some messages about asking about painting red, because I paint yellow and I paint white and I don't really stress it a lot. And so, although if you want to see some crazy painting white, you got to go look at my Sensei's page on Instagram. Go to Instagram and type in SAMMINI. I'm not kidding you. If you have not been there, you will not regret this. Okay, so that having been said, I also was talking to Sam Lenz on Saturday when we were in the paint jam, and I think maybe he's going to do a little bit of red painting. Hello, Ishan, and welcome in. I think he's going to be doing a little bit of red painting as well, because I was like, yes, paint red. I need to paint red, so paint red. So he might be doing a little red painting as well, so you guys might want to keep your eyes peeled for that. And I thought that that would be something you guys might be interested in. He does post numerous videos on YouTube. I'm just getting started with the videos, so there is that. Now today we're going to work a little bit on white skin. Now what I put out there wasn't really anything very, very specific, other than we were painting on this rainbow joker, so that way nobody will be disappointed. And then the other important thing, those of you who are here early are probably people that come regularly. Hello, Paint Monkey. Hi. You are off to sleep. Oh, Vecness, you just made it here. Okay, and I know this is supposed to be my early day, and I apologize, but Vecness, before you leave us to go rest, I would like you to know that today is the last stream for a week. Okay? I will be popping in, checking on you guys in the Discord if you need me, if you want to send pictures, etc. I will do my best. I am actually going to my father's memorial in California, and I was supposed to meet up with my uncle there, but as it turns out, my uncle also passed last week. No, 2 weeks ago, the week before last. And so it's a little bit weird what's going on. I'm processing. But I just wanted to let you know that today is going to be the last stream that we do for 1 week. And that means that I will be back on July the 6th. I will put a reminder out there on Instagram. I will also put one for those of you that are only in my Discord. I will put one in the Discord. Thank you, Karu. Thank you very much. All of the love that has poured in from you guys, knowing what I'm going through has been really nice. I super appreciate the support. Yes, and that is true, Vecness. It will definitely give you time to watch the VODs. And Vecness, are you a Patreon by chance? Yes, you know, I'm gonna oh.
Welcome aboard the
Anvil, thank you so much for that follow. Yeah, it's important, you guys. A, don't burn the ship down. And B, don't be shy to pop into the Discord and say hi. You know, how are you doing? We're just getting it really going, Vecness. In the meantime, what I want you to know is that CaptainMadlove.com, okay, is now officially up and running. So, Vecness, they are not current, but the newsletters, as we go through each month, the past month's newsletter will be launched on my website now. So there's a very important, a very, very cool thing taking place in our newsletter. So quite literally, you guys, the adventures of Evie, Eclectic Vision, the ship, are being written by a published author in pieces, and they are being put in every newsletter monthly now. So the idea is that at the end of the year, we will create a kind of, I guess, electronic book for you guys, where it will all be compiled into one and then launched most likely in the January newsletter. Oh, that's really good to hear. Vecness, I figured you probably would be joining us eventually. Yes, no, there's no taking the ship out to do piratey stuff, okay? And no burning buildings down in the town while you're waiting, okay? So what I wanted to let you know is do not be shy to pop into the Discord, say hi, check in, okay? Because I will be doing my very best to check in a little bit in the evenings, okay? And I look forward to you joining us on board officially with the Patreon, Vecness. That would be absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. And since I do not have an affiliate relationship here with Twitch, you guys, that is actually how you support this adventure. We have a Twitch equivalent, and it's 50 cents less than signing up for a subscription on Twitch. And Patreon only takes 9% of that. So you actually support better than giving someone a subscription. Paul John climbs up. Paul John, are you, if you are in our Patreon, I need you to send me a DM, because there is a little questionnaire that's being sent out because we're writing this story. And if you are there and for some reason I'm not making a connection between the names, because this, right? I know for sure Paul John is not on my list. What? Well, Paint Monkey, you have to use double D's. Are you using G or F? I mean, you're right. you're right. It is a G. Okay. The thing is when you spell the name, it's a double D. And if you're not using the double D's, you will not get in the door. You know, Karu, I understand that Discord has been a little bit cranky lately. And I'm not guaranteeing answering everyone. I'm just saying I will do my best. And if I'm in a place and I can't answer, okay. Okay, well, we do have, Paul John, the other thing that we are coming up with, and I think I might even roll into the stories. I don't know if you guys know this, but also I have a Ko-fi account. I probably should have put that in my thingamajiggy. I knew there was something I was missing when I was writing the list of places that it was, but it was Ko-fi. And I totally get it. Paul John, I myself am going through that regularly. Although I do have quite the panty fund right now. Bloomers for the captain. Right now I'm working on my tickets for Dragonfall, which is in Chicago. And I am hoping that that will be something that I am able to attend and see people at. I'm really looking forward to that. You betcha. I can't copy paste, but I can most totally. And I have a question, Dave. Can you check the links and see if CaptainMadlove.com is in the links? Because if it's not, I need to add that to the agenda of things that need to be done. Let's see. Let me see if it'll let me actually physically put the link, Monkey. See about that. Hold on. That's going to the right place right there, Paint Monkey. Copy, save. That also has all the information. 2 M's, 2 M's, not 2 M's. I'm not Captain, I'm Captain. Silly monkey. I think it's exclamation point links, Karu. Yeah, no, I've been on a little bit of a budget too, and then a bounty hunting pirate came in here and bestowed upon me gold coin for bloomers. So I shall be going to buy some bloomers when I get back. I don't want them delivered while I am gone, lest, you know, the panty raiders come and steal my panties off the front porch. I mean, it could happen. Let's not be judgmental now. I'm not paranoid. Let's see. There should be a purple in here. There we go. Well, hello, Green Art of Colors. How are you, my friend? You know you haven't had a banana today. Well, you know, I have not had a banana today either. I officially started back on my low-carb lifestyle, you guys. It's working quite well. I'm definitely sleeping better. What are you up to today? Green art. All right, and then green. We need green. Oh, and we need yellow to calm the green down. Yes, we have a pirate friend. He is a bounty hunter. You might have heard of him, Dark Side. And he went on a bounty hunting adventure, and he came back with gold coin. And with that gold coin, he bestowed some of that upon your captain in order to make sure that for further adventures, I had bloomers because I was just running around bloomerless. No, I'm not. I was not running around bloomerless. Oh my God. What are you up to? Oh, we totally have to plan our code stream. What is going on with you? How are you, Motor City Ray? Can I get a shout out from Motor City Ray, please? I actually do not know what is going on over there in his life, but I think we are about to find out, I hope. I know, right? Like, we don't even hardly get to see him on Instagram anymore, right? But I mean, he had a lot going on. Motor City Ray like moved his house on the subject of moving studios and houses and everything. Yes, Paint Monkey. I feel like now, Paint Monkey, remind me again where you're located because it has a lot to do with what you can get your grips on. Well, you know, what you can get your little paws on. All right, so let's see. We're going to be working the colors in the face, and primarily we've got green coming from the hair. We've got a little purple. Really, from the bottom, we got a little purple. So I honestly don't feel like any more colors than that is going to be too necessary for this, with the exception of if I decide I need to get into the skin area, I am going to need a little bit of the oxide. Mind you, we're working with the chimeras today, okay? Oh my gosh, Ray, I was going to reach out to you personally. So, I'm leaving. I'm so glad you made it because this is our last stream. That's not good enough. This is our last stream for a week. I am going to my father's memorial. If you remember, he passed in November. I was going to, meet up with my uncle while I was out there because he was going to the memorial. And what ended up happening is a week and a half ago, my uncle passed. So I am going out there to be at my father's memorial and then meet up with my uncle's family. And so I'm going to be gone for a week, depending on how I feel when I get back. Okay, you guys, I might take that Tuesday off and then just go all the way until Friday date night and just kind of get a breather and regroup. Because I want to be my best for you guys, okay? I don't want to come here and be a bummer and talk about all the sad stuff that happens in life, all right? I mean, I know sad stuff happens. I get it, but that's just not what I come here for. Sometimes I do come here to just unwind and whatnot. But anyway, in a nutshell, Ray, you made it here in time for our, let's see, you found scale 75. Okay. Scale 75 Paint Monkey. Wait, hold on. Scale 75. And then there's also P3. Okay. Scale 75. I forgot what level of painting you were at, Paint Monkey. Beginner, upper beginner, intermediate. Thank you very much, Motor City Ray. I've been thinking a lot about you and putting together our hosted. Remember I talked to you about that. Co-stream and doing like a Reaper kind of a thing. And I feel like you and I would make a really good dynamic together and that it would be really fun for you because you don't have to stream. You just get to get hosted in by the Discord. And when you are ready, we will make something happen. Intermediate. Okay. So scale 75. We would be Motor City Ray. Scale 75 Paint Monkey is a really good paint, okay? But what you need to know about it is that, now you've already got your GW colors, so you don't have to worry, but blocking in your base colors, getting your foundation, even that part where you sketch in the shadows and everything, Scale 75 is not my go-to. Now for glazing and wet blending, Scale 75 really, especially glazing, or filtering, it really has a place. It truly does. But if you're trying to use Scale 75 to do your base coats and you're blocking in for your shadows and everything, your first sketch, it is a little bit, I think the word I would use is a little bit semi-transparent. It has like a gel style medium, carrier. And so it tends to spread a little more, a little longer. So it does have its place. It's just that the overall instance of what you're doing, you might want to start with a different paint to build those foundation colors, and then come in with the scale 75 and start doing your fine tuning. Yeah, so I'm going to disagree with Trader, okay? Because I do not think fantastic across the board, knowing Paint Monkey what you're seeking from me. I'm not saying they're not fantastic paints, they are. But for what you are seeking, I don't know if I would invest all my money in just the scale 75s as my secondary paint. I would break it up between scale 75 and Vallejo. I forgot where you told me you were. I want to say, Paint Monkey, you are, hang on. Oh, Reaper. Reaper, Paint Monkey. Are you choosing between scale 75, Vallejo, or Reaper? Yes. And there's a reason for that, Agu, and I could explain it to you in a, so they are, because of the carrier being gel-like, when you add water breaks it all down. So you're thinning the paint in a way that it kind of doesn't understand the chemistry of it. So if you're going to thin scale 75, a better bet for scale 75 is to use a very small amount of distilled water and maybe an acrylic thinner. So if you want, say you're using red and you want red to be thinner, like thinner meaning not thinner in consistency, but thinner in visual appearance on scale 75, it would be better for you to mix a very small amount of distilled water and use acrylic thinner as your dominant source of getting that thin. Now, if you're trying to thin, like make it thinner to work with, then a small amount of thinner, like airbrush thinner, and then acrylic thinner, or a flow aid. I'm going to do a whole video on that for you guys because I've been getting asked a lot of questions about it. Oh, Stinger, you're still out there. Hey, baby. How are you? So actually, it doesn't have to do with the pigmentation of scale 75. It has to do with the gel carrier. The thing is, so what I will do, I'll tell you what I will do. Okay, Stinger. Oh, you're tired. Oh, that's really nice, Algu, that someone gave you that. Okay, so. Oh, wait, you finally pushed a model. Oh my gosh, you did, Motor City Ray. Will you put the link in the chat? Oh, okay. Oh, so if you're comfortable sharing it in the chat, did you put it on Instagram? Hi, Danny. I think I missed you. How are you doing, my friend? I saw that picture of your little girl. Oh my God, she looks just like you. Holy wow. She's going to look like you with makeup and long hair when she grows up. So, oh, sorry guys. I'm going to do a video because so many people have been asking me about additives. I'm going to do a video on additives for you guys. One of the first ones to go out. I'm working on a video right now. Once I am done with this video, I will understand so much more about editing. And then I will be able to go ahead and pop in there and do that. Oh my God, this popped up in my freaking thread and I didn't even realize it was you. I'm so happy you're painting. Oh, this makes my heart. I wish I would have known that was you. I didn't have time to fall in the rabbit hole. Oh, you did wonders with that base. It's got all the ooey gooey on it. Hey, Wandering Lands, welcome back. I am so happy to see this. I am so happy to see this, Ray. No, this really makes me feel really, really good. And if you'll put your information, it's Tuesday, and on Tuesdays we put our information in the channel and share. Motor City Ray, if you will share your information, and you guys go give Motor City Ray a follow, okay? Motor City Ray and I have a few things planned in the future, so you might want to keep your eyes open on him. Yeah, it's a... Okay, you do have the newest Reaper paints. More colors to do more shadows and highlights. Okay, here's what I'm going to tell you, Paint Monkey. All right, so every color is not created equal on the spectrum of colors. I'm going to be straightforward with you. I cannot get into the science right now, or we're going to go way off in science field. What I will do is I will make a video on the different additives for your acrylic paints, okay? And I will also go to each company. Give me a couple months. I'm going to go to each company and I will find out precisely from the company what the carrier in their paint is, so that we know. Because everybody will say, if you were to contact a company and say, oh, what's the best to thin your paint with? They're always going to tell you whatever they carry. So the thing is that is not always the case. That's not like always the only thing you can thin it with, okay? But I'm going to be very straightforward with you on this, okay? Water, I'm being dead serious. You know that I put a retarder medium in my water. I know that I can find out from the company that makes this exactly what's in it that makes it work so much better than everything else. I know I can. I know I can because they're just straight like that with me. That's Badger. Now, I don't just use plain water. The reason is because water is, hold on just a minute. I'm going to think of the word. Water is a, gosh, dang it. No, not solvent. It is a, when it comes to paint, water is a, oh, I wasn't expecting this today. Okay. Can't think of it. The point is, when the paints are made, nope, it's not immediate. Nope. Gosh darn it. It's not a solvent. It's not a medium. All these scientific words. It's not a carrier. It's not a mixture. It is the technical scientific word in paint for thinning. When it causes the, nope. Damn it. Like, I was just going over this. You know, it's funny this came up today because I'm ready to make this video and I thought, you know what's going to happen is you're going to sit down. Nope. Shit. Now, okay, now I'm going to have to post this out on my freaking Instagram. So there is only so much water in a paint, whatever paint it is, for a reason. And it has to do with how much of the other compositions are put into it. You have to be careful how far you push the water, okay? Now, the reason is because you break the paint and everything is affected, most importantly, surface tension and adhesion. You may not know it. It may not do anything on your paint job, you think, while you're looking at it. The truth is that later that difference will be told. When that subject takes a fall, when light hits it, when it has sat around for a while, that's when those things show up. Not immediately when you're painting it, okay? But mediums are designed in a way for the pigment to fit. It's almost like your brain works. Actually, what's really weird, right? For the pigments to fit like this, okay? When you add something that dilutes, thins, whatever, some things will thin it, meaning just makes it, well, good afternoon, Hatter, and thank you for jumping in. I'm not sure what that statement means, Geek. You're going to have to elaborate on it, okay? But one of the carriers is designed to hold the pigment. Thank you, Motor City. Thank you. And it can fit so many pigment particles like a microfiber or a flower, all right? And then the more of those you have and the more pigment you have, the stronger the paint looks. Now, as you start thinning, there are different types of paint additives. They are specifically called additives, okay, that you add to it. Some of them will break that apart. Some of them will just thin the medium in between. Water being one of those that just thins it in between. So all you're doing is just spreading out all those parts, okay, and breaking the chemical bond between the additive that is holding your pigment, okay, and the miniature you're painting on. I have got to go and look into this and research exact words. I don't want to lead you guys down the wrong path. Here's what I know so far. Water is not designed to be a primary thinner, meaning if you are adding more than 50% or more, I would even say 30, and it depends on the paint. Totally depends on the paint you're using, okay? If you are adding more, I'd say, judging by the way a lot of paints are designed, Chimera being absolutely, not even on this chart. We're not even going to talk Chimera, okay? Because Chimera is different. The reason Chimera is different is because it's practically 100% pure pigment. Ink is different. It's practically pure pigment. So you can put the water in this all day long and you're adding pigmented water, and that's like different. It's different. When you start messing with the chemical foundation of a given paint, you need to know your paint. You need to know how and what it is designed before you start pushing its limits with thinning it with too much water. Okay? The best bet is to take your water and put some sort of medium additive into the water. And you have to choose the additive correctly according to the paint and the desired effect you want. Okay? So, they say thin your paints. They say use distilled water. This is true, but what they don't mean is thin your paints to a very super, super duper thin glaze with just water. When you see me do that, I am always using a paint additive in my water. The paint additive helps keep the structure of the paint so that all the parts are sticking to my miniature and lasting on my miniature. So it becomes a lot more complicated than just thinning your paints with water. Now, Paint Monkey, I kind of have known you for a minute and sort of know what it is that you desire. And I'm going to recommend that you do not spend your whole budget on one line of paint, but rather pick and choose colors. And also what is very important is that you get the right additive for what you're doing and have that also in your arsenal so that you can get a better effect out of your paints. I do know Paint Monkey's been around for a minute. Just because it's a good paint doesn't mean that it's doing what you want it to do for the job you're doing. Okay, I mean, I could paint the Joker with craft paints. I'm serious, but that's because I know what to do with it. So if you have a budget, what you're gonna need on your desk is you are going to need a couple of paint additives, okay? And you are going to need to put distilled water in your studio. It makes a difference. Regular water has particulates in it, Those particulates, they're microscopic, but they mess with your paint. And the more you take them out, the better you'll feel about your paint job. And then on top of that, I feel like if you're trying to boost shadows, good. If you're trying to boost shadows, right? I have 2 recommendations. Actually, 1 subject, 2 recommendations. Payne's Gray, ink. This company. You know I'm always saying this. That's your cold shadow. Okay? Umber, you can go with the same company. Okay. Don't buy Payne's Gray by this company, but you can buy Umber by this company. Okay? One is warm, one is cool. These are the additives that you add to any. Okay. And I can teach you, it's very simple. Basically, you're fortifying the paint with color. You're adding extra pow to the paint. And Liquitex, but you don't want to buy Liquitex Payne's Gray. Way too much blue. You want this one. You can buy Umber by them. It's still warm. It's good. P3. Karu P3. I think it's a lot easier for people to use. It's really happy with a lot more paints. If you are not doing a lot of glazing and filtering, or half and half, choose some colors from one and some colors from the other. I really find for doing fire, so I don't like scale 75 metallics. I don't like scale 75 metallics. I don't recommend scale 75 metallics to anybody unless you specifically tell me, I want to spend time doing non-metallic metal effects with true metallic metal. Then I will recommend scale 75. Otherwise, I do not recommend, I don't personally recommend scale 75 acrylic, metallics. I really feel like it takes a lot of layers and a lot of understanding before you can get what you want. You know what? You know what, Trader? I was one of the, now here's the thing. Here's the thing, Karu. If when you paint metallics, you have no desire to create advanced techniques with them. Like you want a metallic that just goes on smooth and gives you no wrestling match at all. Good gosh darn it, I'd still recommend Vallejo over scale 75. I would. Better coverage, the ability to thin without it being so like the metallic breaks away because it's a gel formula. Metallic breaks away in scale 75. So you start thinning that and getting crazy with it. If you don't know your mediums, if you don't know your additives, it can get a little bit weird world. Trader disagrees. He says that he thinks they cover super well. I'm not talking coverage. I'm talking about getting an effect. So coverage and effect are 2 different things. When I work with my true metallic metals, I like an effect. You know, light direction, deep shadows, high intense highlights. And I achieve that through metallic rubbing. Okay. But it would take me the rest of this stream to go into all the ways that I do it. What I do know, Paint Monkey, is that you personally are asking, and Karu, okay, I think what would be a good idea, Karu, depending on your budget, is to get yourself a set of, now here's the weird thing about paints. Every color is not created equal. For example, I love Liquitex inks, but I don't like their Payne's Gray. Okay. So they're not all created equal. So Karu, if you are going to get something and you want to give, okay, so you, okay. Okay, this is like, this ink for miniature painting is the shit. That's good to know. That's really good to know. Wavy uses the Liquitex inks because he can get them out where he is, and he loves them. But he does, I don't know that he actually uses their Payne's Gray. What I can tell you, hey, wow, hello. Welcome aboard. Can we get a shout out for CG Minis, you guys? So, Vallejo depends on how old is the paint in the paint store. What I know is that Karu, but most specifically Paint Monkey, has been learning. Paint Monkey, you've been in here learning for a minute. As you make your investment, if you're going to invest in a paint and make a decision on a color, you cannot buy green from this company and red from another company and then make a decision on which one you like better. Why? Because no. They're two completely different pigments. Size of pigment, shade of pigment, what you have to put in that paint to make that pigment what you want it to be, all becomes confusing. And now you're comparing apples to oranges. Yes, inks to fortify your paint, inks to shadow, inks to do line shadowing. Inks are amazing, but they're deadly. It is, in a sense, but on the other hand, Paint Monkey and Karu, if you buy one or the other, you need to buy a color that is similar. Then try them and see what you think on two completely different models in the exact same way and make a decision, okay? What I can tell you is that Dave loves Scale 75 paints. But Dave will agree, are you out there, Dave, that it's a good idea to put a base coat of a thicker pigmented color so you can start glazing with your Scale 75s. I did not like Scale 75 until it came time to glaze. And I thought, you know, Dave's been recommending these for glazing. I'm going to pull them out of storage and I'm going to see if and I did. I liked them for glazing. The other thing too, Paint Monkey, is they stay workable a little bit longer. They probably have a little bit more retarder in them, and so they stay workable a little bit longer than some of the other paints. But you can add a little bit of retarder and make any paint do that. Okay? Yeah, I've got easily, I know, CG, I think there's probably 10 in my studio, and the Cuttlefish are on their way because Dave said he really liked them. Yeah, oh, now, inks in the airbrush or inks to fortify your paint, that's like, why buy 3 bottles of this when I can take this bottle, mix up a medium, okay, an additive, add this, couple drops, and make this one bottle be 10 bottles. Yeah, oh, they are. I love them. And you know what? That's another thing too, Paint Monkey. The contrast paints are kind of expensive, but you can buy the contrast medium clear, and you can use inks to make that any color you want. Instead of just, but the contrast, that is true. The contrast paints, that's what when I first got them, I was not excited, but I really liked them for glazing. And I was telling everybody, hey, I really like these for glazing, but I don't like them for what they say that they're supposed to be used for. But I love them for glazing. I do. And I fortify them with inks. I think that fortifying with inks is the place that you get to where you can add additional pigment, even like, well, okay, so the Army Painters went in a travel container. They're not bad for beginners, but Army Painters are not, Army Painter, it's not my favorite paint. What I can say is, you know what though, Paint Monkey, it's okay. You can just buy a container of the medium and some inks. Honestly, I'd like to show you guys more how to use inks. Let's see. You have 5: Reaper, Citadel, Turbo Dork, Vallejo, Badger. Oh, yeah, okay. And there's just no way, I don't care what anybody says. I have not changed my mind about Badger Primer. Now see, CG also likes the scale 75. I'm one of the few people, but understand something, okay? I think scale 75 is like contrast paints. I think they're more of a specialized paint. Now, here's what I do feel like. I do feel like if you are getting to the advanced stages of your painting and you're ready to conquer skin glazing and heavy filtering and super fine shadows and details that come through multiple color layering, I do think scale 75 is a good choice. I do. More so the one in the tube, the pro grade, than the ones in the bottles. I bet you I will like the ones that are in the tubes. Bet you I will love the ones that are in the tubes. But the ones that are in the bottles, it's like there's just this where I don't like the breakage. I just don't. I don't like the breakage. So the Chimera, I'll be honest with you, Paul John, there's a learning curve, but you know what? I'm seriously thinking about doing one Tuesday a month that is just about Chimera paint, because holy shit. Yes. You go, trader, you go. But something you might want to test is scraping the primer with your fingernail after it's dried overnight to see how easily it comes off, because you might not be satisfied with the part where you paint a mini and spend some time on it and then it falls off the table and chips away. So, to be perfectly honest with you, Stynylrez Res, I can tell you the cure to that. I am dead serious. So Stynylrez Res just needs a little bit of acrylic medium put in it. If you're having problems with that, you put a little tiny bit of acrylic medium. And if you are not using a little, and I mean a little bit, I mean, you're experiencing dry tip is what you're telling me, right? Really? Like, I hardly ever have that problem. What are you using to prime with? Are you using the same thing to prime with that you used to airbrush with? Paint Monkey, you want to contact me privately? Can you wait on your paint order till I get back from my dad's memorial? And I will personally help you get the right paints on your desk. Procryl is sweet. Procryl has great coverage, you guys. It dries really quick. So if you're going to do wet blending, you might want to get a little bit of paint retarder. Okay, it's got great coverage. It's got, some of the colors are matte. Some of the colors have a little bit of shine to them. It does not like a wet palette very well, so be careful. On your wet palette, it gets a little angry about that. I do not use Procryl when I am glazing skin or learning non-metallic metal. I don't do it. I just don't do it. Ooh, a local shop. Oh, good grief. CG Minis, reach out to me in a private message and let me know what they're asking, their prices. Okay, let's see. You were a Vallejo primer guy, and then you tried the you didn't like it, and you went right back. Okay, so Vallejo primer, I don't like at all. It seems like when I use that, and then the mini falls off the game table, paint chips. I'm not down for that. First of all, the other thing too, you guys, oh God, I have so many videos to make. If you are not alcohol scrubbing your miniatures with a toothbrush and like 90% alcohol before you paint it, it might not even be the primer's fault. I'm straight with you. I have used everything from dirt cheap, $1 a can, can barely afford it. The can isn't even properly pressurized, to mixing it up myself. I've used gesso. In fact, I have a thing in my studio called Fusion that is built for concrete walls in cities. Ask people. I painted some recent miniatures that I'm refurbishing from a house fire. And I added that to, you cannot, oh my God, it will not go through the airbrush. It like just glues up the airbrush. But I add it to a little bit of airbrush thinner, and I paint it on the miniature. And it is like glue. It's like cement. It's like glue. It's just crazy. It's crazy. So Stynylrez res needs to be kept, yes, CG Mini, Stynylrez res needs to be kept mixed up. But, so Stynylrez res has a composition that is so powerful in tooth. The tooth of Stynylrez res is incredible. Let me tell you a trick I do, okay? And I don't believe in thinning your primer, okay? But a couple drops of Mod Podge Ultimate Matte Finish. Hope you have a pencil and paper for this. I don't say this very often. So I'm going to say my cup on the regular standard cup, not oversized or undersized cup, on my airbrush, okay? About halfway, all right? I pour it back out of the cup. So Stynylrez res, pour it back out of the cup into mixing cup. I'll get the measurements on this for you guys, okay? 2 drops. Oh, it's not on my desk. 2 drops of Mod Podge Ultimate Matte Finish, okay? And then a half, hold on, 1/2, let me see. You know the pipettes? They're 1 mil, they're 1 mil, okay? So maybe half, all right, on airbrush thinner, okay? What's better than airbrush thinner, not everybody has everything on the disc, but what's better, so, you know, put a circle around that, all right, because that's not the best choice. The best choice is going to be Flow Medium. Now, Flow Medium, you can add to your primers, okay? And it's gonna make a consistency that's a lot smoother, but I was worried because, so Flow Medium has I don't know all the chemical words. I have to go look at this, okay? But Flow Medium it's a deal that gets into the paint and then causes, gosh dang it, I just don't know the chemical terms. It does something different than thinner. It does something different than retarder. Okay, I mean, I know you guys know this, but there's actually a composition in medium. There's a reason it makes the paint do what it does, okay? And that's because it breaks, I think it's what it is it breaks the bond between the pigment and the media, the pigment and its bonding agent. So you got like the bonding agent and then the pigments, right? Apart. So it makes it slippery. So if you are doing this, 2 light layers of primer is better than 1 thick layer. You don't want to build it up in your recesses. Okay, it's 2 drops of Mod Podge, about half of a little pipette of Flow Medium, and the Stynylrez res. The other thing I do to Stynylrez res every now and again is I will put a drop of ink in there to colorize it. Before they came out with all these colored primers, to colorize it so I have color pigment. I mean pigment color in my primer, because I like that. I like it. I like the way it comes through. And keep a wet paper towel handy for dry tip on Stynylrez res. Trust me when I tell you, if you are not using too small of a needle, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, that mine's a 0.4, and I'm using the Badger 105 Patriot. There is not a better primer. I've been through some airbrushes. That's the baby. The baby's the 105 Patriot. She will spray primer all day long and doesn't give me shit. There you go. Trader, you should not be having that problem. There is something wrong. There is something wrong. It has to either be your air pressure or there's something wrong. You should not have that problem. I do not have that problem with my primer. I do have that problem with some paints. No, I believe, I'm a real big believer in the recipe that I use, and I will tell you, so what the Mod Podge does is make primer stick like cement. All right. Now, the zenithal highlighting, all right. Okay. So zenithal highlighting, on your zenithal highlighting, you might consider not using primer, but instead using a matte, very matte acrylic paint, Trader, and add a little bit of ink to fortify the white. I know, don't draw. I know, right, Motor Ray? Just tell people, stop bumping into this table. Yes, and then, right, there's that too. Sometimes particles, because primer, if the lid gets flipped up, left up, it gets a little gooeys on the sides of the bottle, and then when you shake it again, the gooeys come out. So I am really weird about taking the lid off and scraping the gooeys out, because the snot, guys, the bottle's fairly large, lid cap gets left open, then you come by and you close it, say an hour later. Little bits of dry form, then we shake, and little boogers get in that. Hi, Ridge, how you doing? Wait, oh, epoxy knife handles are the same. Oh, wait, I think I missed that part. I'm so sorry. Let me see. And the pantyhose is a good idea. Thank you. Thank you, Wavy. That's the words I was looking for. I was like I'm under pressure. So unless I have my little notes stuck along, thank you. There, what Wavy is saying. So the flow aid, right. Now here's the weird part. The weird part is that the Mod Podge accelerates adhesion factor and lifts tooth. Okay, which you need. Flow aid, and the way surface tension is broken, my understanding is that it actually breaks apart the color from its bonding agent. So you don't want to add too much. I just mean a little bit, but because you got to realize primer's designed for a reason. So if it's because you're getting boogers in the bottle, okay, see, Trader, I run my pressure at 28 to 32 on primering. Yeah, okay, so Karu is using... Hello, Love and Music. Good morning. Yeah, so, and then what really works good, Trader, is if you take that white ink and you use a little bit of a medium of some type to carry it. Now, it's a bitch to clean after varnish, I'll admit, so that's like not my favorite option, but it's a really good option. But you can take that ink and you can thin some... honestly, so you could go buy some craft paint or a bottle of acrylic medium thinner and just put a couple of drops of, so there's many ways to go about it to where you don't have the expenditure, okay, to do zenithal highlighting. I mean, even, I don't like the lint, so I don't use the spray cans. Oh yeah, right? You know, so yeah, I left, don't do this. I left Fusion in my airbrush and walked away and went and had dinner. It is designed for commercial adhesion outdoors. Yeah, that was some shit. Yeah, so what really does help is Simple green. Simple green, guys. Don't leave it there for too long, but you can soak, like you can just drop your airbrush, the front end of it that's all gooed up in the simple green, and it eats acrylic. It just eats it right up. It eats it right up. Oh, okay. Yeah. So she does that? Yeah, because, well, so the alcohol, now some plastics don't take it, but the alcohol strips everything so that when you're going on with the primer, it's actually sticking. So if there's tooth to your miniatures, there's tooth to the plastic. And so by scrubbing them like that, even those ones that say that they're pre-primered, no need, oh, no. They get their alcohol bath. Yeah, Yishin, this is true. You do need to get yourself a little compressor. You like the little one. Thank you, Aussie, so much for the follow. Yeah, no, Wavy has a point, really. So like keeping the primer clean and free. And as your primer bottle gets lower, that is when you have more opportunity to get crap in it. So downsizing your primer bottle might be a good idea. Okay, because it gets this goo around the outside when you're opening and closing that lid, and inevitably that's going to get you in your airbrush. But there is a relationship with primer. Primer is not the same as paint. That's why when I say the 105, I mean that bitch will spray primer all day long. The other one I understand is the one that's got like the gun grip on it. Someone told me that one sprays primer all day long. Now, granted, sometimes you got to open the valve and spurt out, to clear, but it's not very frequently. And taking really good care of your primer is important. But these tricks with primer, I've been tinting primer and adding additives to primer, and I've been doing that for years, depending on what model I'm working on. So yeah, and really the thing with an airbrush is airbrushes, Love and Music, they get what's called dry tip. And there's a combination of things that make an airbrush do what you want it to do, right? You've got to have the right air pressure. You've got to have the right needle size. Now the needle size is directly related to what am I painting with? So like, am I using ink or am I using paint? And your needle size makes a difference in each of these, because this one's super duper duper thin. So if you got a big old needle in there that's for priming, it's going to sort of, and then you're just going to have running ink everywhere. So needle size has to do with what are you using, as well as air pressure. So, and not every single airbrush. Mine is actually above the recommended level of air pressure for this gun. Airbrush, because my air compressor is a little bit small right now. We haven't got the big one. Woo! Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for that tip. Oh my gosh, is that an anonymous tipper? Oh my God. Love, did you do that? You're so naughty. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, I'm serious. I really do, Ray. Shake it. Shake that container and check it for boogers. I'm serious. Like, dump it out through a pantyhose and strain it, a clean pantyhose. Strain it, make sure it's okay. Clean the container, put it all back and start from scratch. I swear by it. And there are tricks, So just understand, you guys, that your air pressure, your needle size, and what you're painting with, these are all related to one another. You should not have to thin your primer. It's not designed to be thinned. If you need to give it a little boost, maybe a little mixing medium, a flow medium, okay? I do mean little, okay? And dry tip, when you're using your airbrush, you need a wet paper towel or wet wash rag, something with a little, because it happens. When the weather is warm, you're gonna get dry tip. It's a thing, okay? You need to be able to wipe the head off. The other thing too is that if you run your needle through a silicone, let me see, I use glycerin. Don't put that in your paint, okay? You need to know the recipe. Don't get excited and decide you're gonna mix that with paint, because that's a whole nother barrel of monkeys. But when I clean my airbrush, I will take, okay, I clean the needle, I put it back in, and it's been run through glycerin. But now listen to this. When my airbrush is sitting, after I've, sprayed, cleared all the paint out and everything like that, right now, baby, right now, and every night she sleeps, I take my retarder medium and I put 2 drops right in the bottom of her little bucket. With no air, I just wiggle her little needle back and forth so it's all lubed up inside of there, and I leave her sit at her station. Every time I sit down to use my airbrush, that little baby goes. And you want to know something? I learned that from my teacher. Actually, I learned the trick about my airbrush from my teacher, Samini. So before you start putting paint in, put a couple of drops, even a drop, of a little airbrush cleaner, okay, or a little retarder, right, in the bottom of the bucket. Then put your paint in. Then squirt that first part out. You're lubing. You're lubing the entryway where the needle goes in and out, okay? And it keeps it lubed for a period of time while you're using it. When you're all done, first clean your airbrush with water. Dump it, flush it, water. Okay, then, hold on. I know, right? Then flush your airbrush with a non-ammonia window cleaner. This is how I do. Every time I sit down to my airbrush, now she works, okay? Now I squirt this in, squirt it out, squirt it in, squirt. I take my airbrush apart. If I'm a bad girl and I forget, and maybe quarterly, okay? Then you're gonna squirt this in and squirt. This is gonna save you money. But what you're gonna do when you're all done, you gotta have a little towel so you can get inside of there. You might have to pull the needle out and make sure there's no ridges on it. If there's any boogers, I have one of those cups that, it's the dirty cup, right? It gets all the boogers stuck on it. So I have to clean that out regularly so there's no boogers going in there. Now, when you're all done with that and all the clear air is coming through, okay, then you're gonna use this. And you're gonna so you don't have to use this to clean the whole airbrush. But when you're all done, you're gonna use this and you're not gonna have trouble with your airbrush anymore. You're all done flushing. You've cleaned everything. Now you're gonna put your airbrush away. Okay, we're gonna do the final clean with this. All right? Then when we're all done and that's sprayed all the way through, we're gonna put a couple drops of a retarder medium right in the bottom of that. Let a little tiny back and forth, right? And leave it alone. Woo! And leave it alone. Hello, Gallo Fire. Who is rating us? Still a Rebel, welcome aboard, and Still a Rebel mates. If you'll do me the kindest favor and push the icon in the upper left-hand corner of the screen so you guys will be considered as original viewers, that will help greatly. Hello, how was your stream and what were you working on? We are talking about keeping our airbrushes in good shape and getting them back up and running again. Thank you for those follows. Thank you. We have some folks that have just thrown their airbrush aside, and I'm giving some tips to get those airbrushes out of the closet and back on the desk. Ishan, if you're considering getting a airbrush, contact me because I have a direct connection with Badger and the ability to get some, and they do ship worldwide, and the ability to get some pretty good deals from them. So contact me privately and we will talk. Yes, and a moisture trap is a good idea, you guys. That is a good idea because of wherever you live during the time of the year when there's more moisture in the air. Thank you so much for those follows. Let's see. Electron Hexagon, thank you very, very much. I am Captain Madlove, and we were going to be working on the Joker, but totally went down a road about additives for paint, brands of paint. It is Technical Tuesday, and about taking good care of our airbrushes and people wanting to know more about priming, getting these airbrushes up and running for priming, I thought would be ooh, I do know that if you contact, I have one, but I'm going to tell you a little story about it in just a minute, Karu. Well, actually looks like, you know who I would ask about that? Blade Mark, send that link to Geekin' Out Gaming as a private message. I recommend Discord. That's where he does most of his Captain Madlove business. I recommend that because he knows a lot about compressors. Yep. Gallifire, I had one handed down to me by somebody that was in the motorcycle industry. It's blue and silver. But here's what I have heard about that. Teach you how not to destroy your... I can, but that's a whole nother lesson, Stella. You know what? Seriously, go give my YouTube a subscription and keep your eyes open, Stella, because one of the things that I have discovered is that I need to get back to basics for people and do some of the simpler stuff. I mean, it's fine and dandy to learn to do non-metallic metal. Love it. But I am being asked for things that are the foundation of miniature painting. Hey, Valfera, you have like 9 of them. Right? I know, for real. Yeah, definitely Blade Mark, because he is helping me set up the new system. And it has all to do with the pressure and everything. Yeah, the Badgers really do have a long life. So the gravity feed one, the first thing that I would recommend and who was that? The gravity feed one would be to take it apart and give it a complete cleaning. Also to reach out to Badger, because you're going to need to replace the seals if it's been sitting for a really long time. Yeah. Oh, you from Badger's Sunday Facebook streams. Real Asian. It's such a... That 105 is kick-ass, baby. Seriously. It is like, it's my go-to. It is my go-to for all kinds of shit. All kinds of shit. So. Okay, so Boom Boom, I love my Harder and Steinbeck also. I love her, but I do not recommend that for beginners. I don't. If somebody's ready to make that price leap, I totally recommend it. But there are a couple made by Badger, that are a little more I don't know, the Harder Steinbeck, she's really fine made. I like it. But I just do not because it's very defeating. Do you know that I painted motorcycle tanks. My Harder and Steinbeck sat for 1 year before I would touch it, because Geek got it for me for my birthday and it was like almost $400. It's like I just felt like I was going to ruin it. The Iowata has a couple of really nice ones also. Yes, they do. I do feel like the Iowata Eclipse is very respectable. Make sure when you purchase an airbrush, this is important. When you purchase an airbrush, if you only have one, I have 5. Make sure that you purchase one that comes... Some airbrushes only use the one size needle. That's what you get. Don't do that to yourself. Unless it's just going to be for priming and right, that's your primer. Right? So if you're going to buy an airbrush, make sure to get one that can at least accommodate a couple of different sizes of needles so you can kind of learn with it. Oh, TC, thank you so much. Ooh, Gallifire. Is the one you have a Badger? So we're going to be doing, Stella, we are going to be doing that like baby steps in here. Definitely give my Instagram. If you are not following me on Instagram, I do Insta lives with my airbrush a lot. And it's usually I'm just doing priming, or maybe I'm doing like some basic shadowing and zenithal highlighting or whatever. But really what I'm there for is to finish a project and answer a lot of questions. Oh, I'm telling you. Well, Slay, I cannot complain about my Harder and Steinbeck. What I can say is, depending on what you have, so the Harder and Steinbecks, like they walk a line. They walk a line, okay? So unlike some of the Badgers where you can plug in a big needle and just prime all day long and then fine tune with a smaller needle, the Harder and Steinbecks seem to walk a line. They have like a detail brush, an intermediate brush, and then, you know, I don't actually even know if they have a big bad boy that sprays primer, you know? Yeah, I find them to be, that's my main thing. What is it use at the end of the day with an airbrush? Okay, so like the ultimate use of an airbrush, like, okay, if you take everything you do in miniature painting and you're not an airbrush painter, paint monkey, or you want to become one. Oh my God, wow, Valfera. Valfera is going way back. It looks like an A. Oh, okay. So the one you have, send me the pictures of it and the specs on it, Captain. I mean, Slaymore. Send me the specs on it and I'll figure it out. Oh, no. Just one or two. Where are you located again, Paint Monkey? Are you in the United States, Paint Monkey? Tell me you're in the United States. Because if you're in the United States, this is the brand that I'd like to see you using. Thank you so much for the raid, Stilla. It's really nice to have you in here and have a raid in the afternoon. And then this. So this is the final cleaning. I don't want you to just, you know, douche your airbrush with this because it can get expensive, right? It's the final cleaning. So after you've already done the cleaning with the non-ammonia window cleaner, no ammonia in the gun. These two things are what I use to keep her slidey and lubricated and not have to take her apart all the time. Okay? So I do the final cleaning with a little bit of this. Make sure after she's already run clear and everything. And then when she's sitting, I put a couple drops of this in. I move the little lever back and forth to lubricate the needle in the hole. Okay? And then I just leave that in there. When I sit down to it, after I pressurize everything, I let this out. Then before I put paint in, I put a drop of this in the bucket, back in the bucket, and then I put my paint in. And before I start painting, I squirt a little bit out till I get the color so that I have lubed the tracks. You know me and lubing the tracks. Lube the tracks, and that way it helps my paint flow better, keeps the needle nice and lubed. I have less dry tip problems with it. I have less inconsistency problems with it. And one of the things I'm fighting right now is keeping a consistent pressure with the particular air compressor I have. So my air compressor does not like to keep, and it's just because she's designed, she'll run, you know, while I'm painting, and sometimes it'll dip a little bit low, and I don't like it. So we are replacing the air compressor with a new one. But if you are in the United, now they ship worldwide, Paint Monkey, but I have not used the golden yet. And golden's the one that everybody can get all over the world. So I need to get off my butt. I need to order some golden paint retarder so that I can let you guys know what I feel about it. We can also make it from scratch. You know, if we want to do that, we could make it from scratch. The difference is I think these commercial ones might have a little silicone in them. I'm not sure, but a little something that makes them a little jelly-like. Whereas when I make paint retarder here, it doesn't have that same jelly-like consistency. So those things. Are you guys still out there? Everything went really quiet over here. We are almost, anybody who just dropped in, we are working on a follower goal on YouTube. And if you would be so sweet as to pop into YouTube and give me some subscriptions, I would greatly appreciate it. Primer and top coats. Yep. See, that's the thing now. If you're going to use your airbrush for top coating with, even if it's acrylic varnish, clean that puppy good. Varnishes, oh, they're made for protective reasons. Believe me, they will glue your airbrush together. I'm going to take a quick bio, you guys. I will be right back. You and the Joker can hang tight. And we will start painting on the Joker. I want to get this skin tone. Let's see, I've got a couple hours to work on skin tone. White skin tone. Specifically, we're doing white. Is makeup over? But I'm going to take a quick bio, and then I'll be right back. I'm going to grab myself a little snack, too, you guys. I'll be right back. I didn't eat any breakfast. Let me see. I think. What is this one? I think it's this one. I think we have one here, you guys. Oh, ow, ow. I think we have one here that is, do you guys hear music, by the way? I meant to ask that. Oops, sorry guys. Thank you, Gary Drinkle, for subscribing. I really do appreciate it. Okay, you do. Okay. Because I don't hear any. I don't need to hear any. If you guys hear it, and you know what, just whatever you guys like, because I don't hear the music, and yeah, it does that, Karu. If you don't pay attention to her every 20 minutes. Okay, I do believe that this, I want to say, let me take a look really quick, you guys. Excuse me. No, let's try the other side. I want to say that one of these was started. It's elevator music. Well, I apologize. Let's see. We've got supplies. Hidden eggs. Cinnamon Tech Tuesday. Let's see what this little red one is. Nope, that's Raids. I thought one of these was opened a little dog-eared page for. Okay. Whoop, there's some more back here. Hold on just a minute. Let me see. No, that's paint. Names, let's see. What's this one? Yeah, it needs little tabs. I bought some tabs. I bought tabs. Okay, nope, none of those. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and just skip a whole section here. Let's go to the middle because it'll probably be fairly big by the time people catch on. Let's go to the middle. I'll take this and we'll do it. And because this way I can keep track for you guys on the, don't know why. Pen's not here. The paint pen is the one I want. Gosh darn it. I'll lose everything. Oh well. Okay, I've got a regular pen. Here we go. Oh, okay. So it was about hold on. They're not called mediums, okay? They're called paint additives. Is that 2 Ds or 1? Spelling. Spelling. I should know this. I'm going to say it's 2. Yep. Okay. Paint additives. And then what was the other thing? Was about airbrush priming. Okay. And airbrush cleaning. What else did we come upon today? Paint additives is going to cover like a whole lot. Airbrush priming, airbrush cleaning. Oh, somebody said about the brushes. Oh, taking care of your brushes. I know this one. I have a $200 brush in my studio. Okay, that's all the care on brushes. Yes, cleaning, right? Okay, let's see. And then maybe we can get well, hello. Let's see. Accord Ion Radio. Hi, you are new on D Live. Well, it kind of depends. The D Live is kind of a trickle for us, you know. Occasionally, people pop in from D Live, and you know, we end up making friends, and sometimes they just come and they go, and sometimes we get whole droves of them, and it's very interesting. So, how about salvaging the old airbrush from storage that's all cranked up? Because a lot of times people get pissed off, set them aside, say, oh, I'll come back to it later. Okay, let's dog ear that page. I did get some dividers. So we'll divide this up to make sure that we end up back in here. But these are some ideas on a few things that we can make short videos on for YouTube. And if you guys have any ideas, you know what? I should put a channel just for YouTube video ideas. But I do think that we should also do a manual brush priming. Because there's some people that don't have airbrushes, right? And sometimes it's a little bit confusing how to do that priming manually. Like some people don't even think you can do it with a brush versus a can. And I think you should use the brush oftentimes before the can. There's a lot of advantages to using the brush. Hang on just a second, guys. One is that you can really get the little bristles all up in the nooks and crannies of what you're working on. Love, I thought you were streaming today for some reason. Oh, a lot of people think that brush priming can't be done. Okay. You know, and I feel a lot of times like brush priming, there are times I will not break out and I will totally prime with the brush. I like it. I enjoy brush priming. I can get certain areas thicker and and I can doctor little lines, scratches, different things like that. All right. Today, I am not going to focus as much on my, oops. Is there any? Nope. All right. So I have the basic colors out for this, you guys. I got the black, the white. Just in case we had to do skin, I went ahead and brought the iron oxide out. Samini, are you out there today? Just being so quiet and watching? Okay. Tiny, tiny brush. Where's that really tiny one that I had that I was using? That was a medium. That's not the tiny one. There's a really little one from... Hang on a second, guys. I gotta find this tiny... It should have been on my desk. It had a really weird handle, too. Wait, maybe I... Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, maybe I stuck it... Is that it? That's it. Kind of old. So in case anybody goes to CaptainMadLove.com, we have a contest, by the way, going for everybody who came in with the raid and everything. I do not know what area of painting you like to do, but we have a contest going. We have a big event coming up. We have a Super Chibi weekend coming up in July, and we have a challenge competition going on with over $1,000 in prizes right now. And if you go to CaptainMadLove.com, now ultimately, if you press ! links, you should be able to find that in there. I don't know if it's there or not. All right. I am going to need hood for this because we are going to get really, really tiny little blends. Thank you very much, Hatter. ! Links, no dot. And there also should be an ad going out on that, you guys, so that more people will get to see it. If you see it out there, any of you guys that are members of the crew, please repost and share that. Let's see. Thank you, Danny. Let's see if it's there. Let's see. I see Streamlabs and YouTube and Instagram, Facebook, Discord, Twitter, Linktree, and Patreon. It's not there. It is not there. So it is CaptainMadLove.com. Hang on just a minute, you guys. I will put that in the chat for you in case you want to go take a look at the rules, regulations, deadlines, etc. There you go. Did mine work? Oh, mine worked. Thank you, Blade Mark. Thank you. So you guys go to that and you can take a look and see if that is something that interests you or maybe you have time to do. There we go. All right. Now, what I am going to do is, first of all, I am going to do the, on the subject of this. Okay. So, Stella, on the subject of taking care of your brushes. One of the things I do is I primarily mix my paint with an ugly brush. The less you mix your paint with your good brush, the better it will be on your brush. So we are going to mix a little bit of white over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to mix some gray tones. And we're going to add a wee bit of lavender to them in the facial area that we're working here. I'd like to bring the I was going to put the makeup on and then decided that if I brought the face tones up a little more before I did that, I honestly would have a better effect. This is my theory, and I'm sticking to it. I'm going to make a little bit of medium gray right here, and then I'm going to use this gray to get my areas the way I want them. Hey, Dee Dee. And then I'm going to take these two and I'm going to kind of mix them together in the middle. So I can get a little middle tone. I don't really feel like I need a dark tone, but there is going to come that point where we kind of have to mix in a little darker space. So I'm going to mix a little bit. I think that's pretty good. And then what I'm going to do with those is I'm going to work like towards the shirt. So I'm going to take like ever so small amount of purple and mix it in there. I'm actually using the violet And you got to be really careful. So these chimeras, wow, they go a lot. Notice that, like that literally turned lavender. That was like not even a smidgen. So getting them mixed to the right gradients is, you know, part of the battle. I tend to mix mine side by side by side. I don't really know if that's right for everybody, but it really does give me a good comparison when I'm dealing with the colors so that I can see where I'm going with them. Okay, now they all have a little bit of purple in them, and you can kind of see I actually have chosen a lot more levels. Hello, Dio. Than probably you will need, but at the same time, oh, by the way, I found my good cleaning block, you guys. My brush cleaning block. I will find out who made it. It's just a matter of time. All right. So in very, very tiny layers, I'm going to build up these little facial areas. This is like a goal of mine. I know it's not terribly exciting, and probably painting all these beautiful rainbow colors would be more exciting, but I have a goal to meet on this. You ban, yeah, I don't know if you can. He might be able to ban you though, love. Look out. And what we're going to do, so in looking at this, we've got a very distinct dark. Where we're lacking is building it up to the very distinct light so that we can see where the light is coming from. And where the light is coming from is going to be this area of his face. So all you can see it on his nose and kind of on his upper lip, and that's about it. Oh, they do. They eat some paint off handles. So I'm pretty particular about what I will use. It's Windsor Newton. Hello, Raven. Did you ban him? Was it successful? Did you win? Did you actually ban him? Oh, I was going to say, oh my. Okay. I'm going to turn this back on and see if this helps you guys. Does that help at all? Is that a little bit better? Okay. So this is the darker side and this is the lighter side. Now what I need to do is kind of focus for a minute on the lighter side. All right. Actually, nope. I think I'll focus on the darker side and get a little bit of, you do want to thin it. And mind you, I have paint retarder in my water. Remember that. So for those of you who haven't been here before, I don't use plain water to thin my paints. Okay. I have a specific recipe that I use. And I'm just going to come in here and I'm going to kind of get a little bit of the shadows with the darker color that's not quite as dark as the shadow, and move a little bit out from it. Just, and I do mean like these are very, very, this is a tiny, tiny brush. So I am using like seriously tiny little strokes to do this. Then I'm going to go to the next color. And when I come to the next color, again, a little bit of thinning. When I come to the next color, I'm going to try to meet the edge. And it's so tiny that really I end up with more of little dots than anything else. The highlights on this side that has the shadows will be less than the highlights on the other side. So I'm using almost a shadow color from the opposite side as the highlight color on this side. I will thin it in some areas and even calm shadows down. I also use cross hatching. We are dealing with kind of a comic style look here, a little bit in his really bright colors and everything. And as I layer this in, what will end up happening is it will start to smooth out. Stella, did you share anything with us? Did I miss what you shared, my dear? I am very interested in what you were doing, you know. When people come in and they raid, I always want to know what they were doing that caused them to decide to raid us. I also need your information because I do like to return the favor. So in doing this, I'm building the makeup portion of his face because it was, it is smeared, but I want it to be noticeable. Also, I want the deformation in his face to be noticeable. So I will thin and glaze. And mind you, we're going to be coming in this area of his chin and adding makeup, but I feel like adding the highlights, the underglows, you will get a better result with the makeup showing up the way you want it to. I'm kind of dragging the little striations down. I'm going to go one step up from that because as we move over to the light side, you'll start to see the light build, hopefully. I'll thin a little bit of that lighter color. Nice and thin. Going to create a glaze. Sadayo, what is up out there, man? Are you all right? How's things going? What's happening? I saw you were working on a lot of good projects out there. Keeping yourself busy. Tiny little bit. So I'll just kind of come in tighter and tighter on the areas that come towards the light here. We are working with a light white flesh tone. Then we're going to come to the other side and we're going to build up that same light white flesh tone. Oh, busy, busy, man. Busy, busy. Are you happy? So when I do this, I'll take the secondary tone and kind of come down, spreading it out a little bit more, but moving towards the point I want the most light, okay? Muting the shadows a little bit with a thin mixture. This way we still let the shadows show through, but it becomes showing through the makeup. Then as I move up, I will choose a much stronger color of white, and we will move into the areas I want to really get some decent highlights on, okay? Thin, want to thin that because you can do more than one layer. And I'm dragging towards the area that I want the most light to be and glazing lightly over the other areas to keep that secondary shadow good and clear. Again, coming up here to the forehead. I want to get those nice little scowl on his forehead really showing up. Are you working on Medusa today, love? Little under eyelid action. Now, do you see the makeup starting to pop a little bit? You are trying to be happy. That is, it is a choice and it is a constant ongoing thing. I have to admit, Dio, I am really glad to hear that. Now I'm coming in with that, not the first white highlight. This is still one of the second or third highlights, but we want to make sure we get a gradient going. Gradient is important. I want to start to see the highlighted areas coming in a little bit more, lifting up a little bit more, but staying on the side that has the light. Are you seeing it? It really is a lot of teeny tiny strokes. I'm dead serious. It's like you got to choose just the right area. And make a choice on your light. And then I narrow each field of paint. as I move forward. So each field, as I add a lighter and lighter color, so I'm still working on that same one, but I'm building it that color. Okay. And as I build the color, I will narrow the field so that it comes to a point on the highlight. So you'll have a very fine point on your highlight when we're all done. And we want the white of the makeup to show up a little bit stronger, so we get that really good. I kind of want the dirty white effect because it sort of is the way that this particular character had his. Well, not that all of them didn't have it that way. They kind of all did, I guess. Okay. But what I have done is I have kept a tint of purple in that. Ah, you deserve happiness, mate. You totally do. You really do. Now, up here by the hair, I want to take the tiniest bit of green, and it's very deadly. So, and I just kind of want to get it in a little bit of this white here. And make it greenish gray. I probably need a little more white in it than that. It is, you know, Chimera is a learning curve, you guys, and it is something that you will need a little practice with in order to get it just the way you want it. Be patient with yourself, okay? I have added a little bit of green to this highlight because it is up by the hair. It's a very, very small amount, and chances are that you probably don't even notice. But if you do, I commend you because it is important that we get a little bit of those colors in there from the hair. Hexagon, I did not hear your alert for following. Thank you so much for that follow. I actually have really, the hair is just kind of blocked in at this point. I truly appreciate the compliment though. It is blocked in for us to get in there here in a minute with some refining. I really do appreciate this. So the whole reason for that is so I can kind of see where I'm going as I build the face. I build a frame around the face first. Now we're going to go for the heavier highlights a little bit around the eye area. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? No, I think what we're going to do, and I had to mix a whole red batch for this. So let's be patient with me while we find our picture of Mr. Phoenix here. There he is. And I got to mix that red again. Ugly brush. Now, it was interesting how that color developed. I really did have to, I was a little bit challenged. I'm working with the Chimeras. Not that they are challenging paint, but there is definitely a learning curve there. I keep mine nice and mixed so that you do have to mix them regularly though. They're practically pure pigment. Let's see. And then I decided that that was a few colors over here. Now, I'm going to move there you go. I'm going to move it over here so you can kind of see me mix that. So I took a little magenta, but it's really not quite magenta. The color is more of a little bit of a burgundy style red. So I would have thought maybe I could just mix a little black in that and it would solve the problem, but it actually didn't. So I kind of mixed, I guess what you would think is a little bit of a red brick on a deeper level. And I was worried about lightening it with white. So what I did is I came in with their base red and I used that to lighten it. But then what ended up happening is it really turned very orange.
Welcome aboard the Black.
Thank you very much for that follow. Slim Down, thank you so much for that follow. We're over here on the paint palette right now. Now you'll notice that once I added that color, we went a little bit more towards the orange family. And I was like, yeah, no, I don't know. But if you kind of look at it, it really does have a little bit of a red coloration to it. So I took a little bit more of the magenta and I mixed it in. And then I thought, we're getting there, but we're not quite looking like what his mouth looks like. So I took the tiniest bit of black and hopefully we can nail it this time. And their black is such a pure pigment. And it's very close. The weirdest thing. Oh, casual painter. Everyone, can we get a hello for our casual painter? Hello, casual painter. We are mixing some face makeup for Jacqueline. You know, the Joker. That guy. What are you up to? And thank you so much for the raid. And I had to wonder, like, as you're looking at this, there's still so much purple in it. I actually had to wonder if there wasn't purple in it. Let's try. So I'm learning these paints. More magenta. Ha! We're getting there. We're getting there. It's still kind of purple. Hey, what are you up to, casual painter? See how that's, and so we'll try this red again. But see, it looks so orange, I think to myself, oh, that can't be right. But weird, watch it. Isn't that weird? It's like they know each other. Ooh, that's so close. All right, we're gonna take a little bit of white and dress that up. Not that much. It's pretty powerful. Casual painter, what are you up to? And how was your stream? I ended up with mauve, see? So this particular color is a little bit of a challenge for me. I'm still working on it, but I'm going to get it. I'm totally going to get it.
Welcome aboard the Black.
Oh, thank you so much for that follow. Penguin, thank you for that follow. Casual, what are you doing? All right, let's see. Let's try black. So honestly, mixing this color, so I'm not experienced with these colors when it comes to something that's as off as this. This is still too purple for my liking. Like we ended up making a big puddle of mauve. Not what I want. I got it the other night, but I didn't write it down. Oh, well, you painted. Ooh. You know what? Today is Tuesday. Today is the day that we put everything in the chat. Oh my God, I got it, you guys. Brrr. Yeah, it's just a matter of getting the right balance. So, yeah. Please put it in the chat and share with everyone if you have a picture, casual. And if you want to put it in the love gallery, we will gladly shout you out on Friday when we do our big old love gallery. I would love to. I wonder if you just put like this color and this color together. If they like if they would, this is new to me. Like I said, you guys, if they would like equal a red. Oh my God. All that hassle. Look, we did all that mixing. No one would ever think, oh my God. No one would ever think to mix what looks like orange. Oh my God. Oh my freaking God. Wait now. So like if I just add a little tiny bit of black to that. Oh, you guys. All those colors are all, I totally botched it. That's all wrong. That's all wrong there. Hold on. Let's not even look at that. Let's not look at it. Where's my paper towels? Watch this. So I would love for you, casual, please put that work when you get a picture in the love gallery. Also, in the whips, in the Discord, I love to keep track. I mean, it may not seem like it because maybe I don't make as much commentary as people might like me to, but I got to tell you what. One of the things I really look forward to in the mornings with my coffee is cruising through my Discord. I'm dead serious. We are covering that up. Bad. Don't even look at it, you guys. Bad, Captain. Okay, here we go. You don't want to see it. We're going to pretend it didn't happen. Boop. Okay, too many colors. Look, it's that color right there. Right there. Yep, it just ended up being seriously just mixing the red with the magenta. Like weird. You look at that red and it's so vermilion, you think, oh, don't mix that because that won't work. Totally works. Totally works. I want to see these Dwemer machines from Skyrim. Please post them in the chat too so I can take a peek. We are going to paint Phoenix's makeup now, but because there are mistakes and mistakes 100% happen, what we are going to do is we are going to take one of the grays that you could cover with skin, and we're going to use that, maybe one of the lighter ones because it'll cover easier. You could mix yourself a medium one, but you want to be able to see your line, right? And we are going to use that to paint the area around it that is making the Joker face. Oh, but here's something from last week. Yay. What have you got? Aw. Hell yeah. Is that for D&D or is that Skyrim? Is that Skyrim? Oh yeah, I use technical glasses and I use a technical headset. Oh, I love the little house. Is that Skyrim? Casual? Oh, I wish I had more time for Instagram. I really do. That looks so good. You guys go take a look at that. Oh my gosh. There's all these like old, oh, these are great. With the Wild Wild West. I love it. I love it. Ooh, that what you got going on with all the, hey, share with me your ivy. I want to know where you get that ivy. I like that rusty. I love old. I like it. I don't have enough time for Instagram. I'll be honest with you. I really feel like I don't, but it is what it is, right? All right. We are going to paint the face. Oh, we got to go back to his picture. Okay. I kind of want to get basically the same shape. So we kind of got the same character. What is interesting about this miniature is that the character doesn't actually have all these scars on his face, as in like the movie star. So I'm going to add a tiny, tiny bit of pink to it so that I can see a little bit better. It's not really giving me the visual I want. So the visual that I want is to be able to get an idea of where I need to go with the red, right? And in the case of mine, I actually put an expression on his face. Like I really leaned into his expression, I guess you could say. You can sculpt with the paint to do that. Maybe we'll do that too. So on the areas that are the scar, I'm just going to put a little bit of bleed. I can't afford to get involved in any more games because it turns out that the games we got involved with, we didn't end up, well, I don't know. You know, we did this one called Barnacle Bay. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I truly do. I am working it. I'm working it to see where we can go with it. It's a little bit of a process. A lot of tiny strokes. Which, you know, for me personally, really ties it all in real well. I got to get those, figuring them out. I got to lift the light on this side. It'll all come together here in a minute. There we go. That's more what I'm looking for. All right, now, once we get that, I'm actually going to come in for the red. This is the really scary part because going back on red, you guys, is like, oh my God, right? And so once you start doing the red, and the thing I want you to note is that we're not going to get a perfectly straight line on this makeup. And the reason is because he's smiling and has these gnarly scars. So we kind of want to keep in sync with the red, sort of following the dips and falls of his scars. And if you're using nice and clear, thinning that paint Then all the shadows will show through so that when you try to come back and paint over it all makes sense. Sometimes I find myself holding my breath on this project. And next we're going to have to pull out the blue. Slight variations in the line so that we can hit those rises and falls on his scar tissue is very challenging. They did a really good job in making the mold so that you had to do that. Funny how that red was just their base red mixed with magenta. I'm still tripping on that. Dave's not here. He's sleeping in the background. Otherwise, he would have been like, I told you so. Because he did. I feel like the only thing that they really kind of forgot in this Joker, like this was my personal feelings, was the bow on the top of his lips. I felt like that was the thing that was missing for me. So, although this may be Joaquin that I'm doing, I am going to add the old-fashioned bow at the top of the lips. And I'm going to clean that up right now. And you're going to have to come in here with other colors. Like if you decide to do this, yep, this is a thing. I am doing this because I want that old-fashioned peak on his makeup. I feel like that for me, I know that seems like a strange thing, but for me on that new Joker, that was one of the first things I noticed was like, are you kidding me? Like what? We have no bow on the lips. So I'm putting one on mine. And then we're going to come in with some shadows. And we'll darken it up. Secondary. shadows again. It's a very small area to wet blend, however, so worth. Secondary again. And now what ends up happening is the highlight starts to show up. When I get a little bit between the dark and the secondary, kind of ran out of that color, and that's going to be a highlight on the other side. So we just kind of want to get a little bit in there. And then we'll go a little bit more for the shadow, and you just kind of glaze it. So you kind of got a lip line. I'm going to come in again with a little bit of the red, and I'm just going to kind of like clean that up right there. Same thing on the other side. A little thin glaze of that. I'm going to come in here. We're going with the contours of his face. On this model, they did definitely put some significant scar tissue. So you want to play with that. And if you apply the red in layers, then your shadows are going to show through so that when you come back, you won't lose them. And you'll be able to follow those guidelines. I'm going to take a very small amount of black and a very small amount of purple. Twice the black to purple. Good, good, because that's kind of what we're aiming for. That's kind of what we're aiming for. Because he just looked too happy when I met him, and I was like, dude, like, why are you so happy? Okay, a little bit of black, a little bit of purple, and then a tiny bit of the lip color. All right. And what will end up happening is you will create a superior shadow. I'm over here on the palette. And we got to come back in. And we want to get these lines that we lost. As the red begins to develop, you will lose some of these really deep shadows. And you want to come in here and you want to reclaim those. Now, don't use that color shadow on his white makeup. Thin it, that same shadow, thin it, and you're going to come in here and getting just the right level. You want to get a little bit darker, and you're going to come in here in the red. Now stay in the red, okay? And with that, you're going to develop some contours to the face in the red. You want to claim back your wrinkles, right? You got these areas where his scar is. In the red, in the red. Let's not take this into the white. You're using a different color because you've got like makeup going on here. And we want to get those shadows built back in, but we don't want to get this crazy red lipstick into his white makeup if we can avoid it. And you can make it just dark enough to be able to come back in here and glaze it with another red. Make that red really pop without stealing from it. Now, there's some controversy on red and highlighting, and I'll be honest with you, in this particular instance, because we have this kind of base vermilion, I'm going to try just highlighting these areas with the base vermilion and see where that takes me before I get crazy and start mixing something else in it, okay? I'm going to see if I can just bring this up with the base vermilion on the light side and not get too radical with white or yellow. I am going to need to get the crest of the lips. How does that look? Now, question's going to be, as we highlight red, you ask yourself, ooh, should I go with white or should I go with yellow? So yellow's going to look orange. White's going to look a little bit muted. I'm going to try a tiny, tiny bit of white and then just mix a color that might be, we were actually talking about this the other day. Sam Lenz was discussing how he kind of goes for a salmon, and I was actually agreeing that I feel like that might be the color I go for because I don't want it to look pink, you know? And then what I do is I feather it so that it's not like just concentrated in one area. I gotta tell you guys, I've had these steaks that I've thawed 3 times and stuck in the fridge because I have not had time to cook them. And honestly, my stomach is beginning to tell me that there is steak that is going to happen tonight. All right, what do you guys think of that? Hold on. Let's just get a little bit of highlight over here, like maybe not a lot, just enough to there. What do you think of that idea? Now we're going to bring it up another notch so it's not quite so black. I know. I have 2 pounds of mushrooms. I've got a bag of prepped that I made from scratch, prepped curry base. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make beef stroganoff and I'm going to fuse it. I'm going to do a beef stroganoff curry fusion. All right. Let's grab the blue Let's grab the blue. And before we part today, I want to make sure I get these right. I believe they're triangles. They are. We're going to grab blue. And that's kind of a green blue that he's got. This is red blue. He's actually got a green blue going on. So what we're going to do. Yeah, I don't have any blue out. Okay. Just checking. And grab a drop of that. And we are going to, before we part today, mind you, it's a very, I'm not even gonna use that brush. His makeup, that is his blue, is really, like kind of smeary, I guess you could say. Let's see, we are gonna need an ugly brush, but it has to have a good tip. Okay. All right. Again, I'm going to mix it really light, you guys, to draw in the shape. Dio, I'm gone for a week. This is my last stream for 1 week. I may or may not be back to stream next Tuesday, but I will be next Friday. I return into town on the 6th of July. And then the stream that follows the 6th of July will be my next stream. All right. I will put out a notice. Thank you for coming in, Dio. I hope that you are doing well. And if you would, mate, you know, it would break up. I'm going to a memorial and it's going to be heavy. So if you'd like to talk in Discord, yeah. Don't feel like you're burdening me because you're not. All right, you guys. We're coming in on the eye makeup. And we're going to go above and below the eyes. We're going to try, well, first what I'm going to do, so like when I'm doing something like this, right, I'm going to put the center line on first. Now, the first thing is he does not have it in the eye area or under the bottom lid. So it kind of goes like this. And then I'm going to put the other one. Now he's raising this eyebrow, center eye, and go up, okay? So he's raising this eyebrow, so that blue dot will come up a little higher than this blue dot, okay? Right? Then we're going to go right down below that, and we're not going to hit the bottom lid because he didn't on his makeup. And we're just going to make the dots that create that triangle right there. And directly below that one, and we're going to create the triangle right here. And we're not going to hit the bottom eyelid. Then we're going to take a little bit more blue. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to hit those blue lines with that. So we can kind of see where they are. And then you'll come out to make the triangle. Little teeny tiny dots on each side, like so. It's really a lot like making a line of dots beside a line of dots. And we'll make this line. And then this line. I'm making a line of dots connecting to that main line. Making sure that this one with the eyebrow raised is a little bit higher. Be very careful that you have very little to no liquid on your brush. When I say liquid, I do mean water. Okay, now, hello, Paul John. I'm gonna take my not one of my eyebrow brushes, but one of my very there we go, very slender lining brushes, and I'm gonna come in for the darker color of gray that goes on the shadow side. All right, and I'm gonna confirm that I've got this the exact shape that I want. And then I'll come in with a lighter gray and smooth in and get right beside it. Little tiny strokes of smooth. This is a little bit of highlighting around it. We want to kind of get them the same. I got to look in the mirror. I'm going to turn it upside down for a minute, you guys. This is how I see. I like it. All right. Then, once we have that, because his makeup is extremely dark, so once you have that developed, we're going to take his makeup. We're going to take a little bit of white, right? And then we're going to take a little bit of blue. And we got to kind of dance the brush. I don't know if you can see this. Hold on. Let me see. There we go. So you got to kind of dance the brush between the colors, because what he has on his face is actually a little bit smeared version. And I'm going to very carefully add some of this to the outside. Now, it's nothing to really panic about. Just keeping within the area is really the important part. And you'll see in a minute when I come in here and fix this, what this does for you. Because he is wearing a white makeup. You want to roll that brush to a very fine tip. And what I'm doing is I'm coming back over that white, what is actually light blue, and I'm building it to where in tiny little, and what ends up looking is like the spots that he actually has on his makeup, because his makeup is applied, I guess you could say, in sort of a haphazard way. You want to be careful there's not too much moisture on your brush, and you want to cover the majority of the blue, because you are aiming to get an underglow which will make the makeup stand out a little better on his very dark face. And also, this one here is making, if you notice the eyebrow going up, I have deliberately done that. There we go. There. And now, oh, good. All right. You're sitting in the doctor's. Oh, Paint Monkey, you are like one of my #1 fans. Thank you very much, Dio. I will be as safe as I can be. Being as the situation is as it is, I will probably be drinking quite a bit of tequila, but you know, it is what it is, you guys. Dealing with family is oftentimes, you're one of them. I know you are, Paint Monkey. All right, you guys. So I know I started late, but I'm going to cut out a little bit early because this girl here, I got to make myself a steak. I can't stand the fact that those steaks are in the fridge, and I've thawed them and frozen them like half a dozen times because I never have time to make them. And today I am totally making those steaks. But here's where we are on our Joker. Let me get you guys a nice, good view, and you can let me know what you think. We'll be working on this hair when I get back, and of course, getting like this side here is the beginning of all of the shadowing on his jacket. We didn't get that side done there, and notice his tie and his shirt is developing. But I really wanted to get some of the skin developed and his makeup put on before I left so that I would be inspired to come back to him. I feel like the highlights in his face definitely need to be lifted. I'm like looking at the picture and I see where there's like extreme highlights that need to be lifted on this white makeup, and I know that. The good news is that I've managed to develop a gradient for the skin that is actually creating a really good look, if you notice, with the wrinkles and where his, you know, the neck sinks in and around. So it's, and you'll notice too that this side is developing a little more lighter. This is a little more dark, right? So I did kind of capture some of the shadowing, although not as much volume as I would like. So I feel like it's coming along really good. I wanted to get the makeup on his face so that I could then see, okay, now where do we need to go with volume from here? And he's finally looking a little bit devious. Thank goodness, because that was worrying me. I mean, mine looked like, hey, I'm Mr. Friendly Guy. Why don't you come, you know, visit me? And I was like, I do not know about you, dude. Why is mine not looking jokery? So for all of you guys who have been out there, let's see, I am going to currently right now choose somebody that we will go and give this Technical Tuesday to. I'm going to be looking for somebody that is definitely doing something technical. Let's see. I've got some Spanish guys. Some magic people. Ooh, who's that? Phoenix. Phoenix is always on my list. Ooh, we are so totally going to raid this guy. It's not even any kind of a. You are technically dying, Dee Dee. Dee Dee, you know what? I went and looked at your work really closely. Oh, Medivh. 1 hour course with you. I'll have you wet blending because your gradients are already pretty darn good. For real. For real. All right. Let me see. I'm going to take a little paste and copy. Oh, I can paste and copy if I am in. Oh, shit. Maybe that's what it was. Oh my God. No, okay. Well then. Oh, excellent. Oh, good, good. Yeah, okay. All right. But still. It's one of, that's always a thing. That's always a thing that's up for request. Always, always. All right, let me see. I gotta go into here and then I gotta grab the raid. And then I gotta put the thingamajig in the thing. Hang on. And the paste. Okay, got it. All right, now here's the deal. All right, so I'm gonna be gone for a week, you guys. All right, and you know who my recommendations are of where you can go, you know, and get the love and be cared for. All right, so really important is self-care. While I am not here, you guys, please find yourself in channels that support you emotionally and physically and artistically. Okay. Don't fall in pit holes while your captain's gone, okay? To commercialism and other things. Be true to yourself. If you do not care for yourself, you cannot care for anyone else or anything else, okay? I will see you guys hopefully Tuesday next week. And if not, for sure Friday. I will let you know. So go follow the Instagram so you get the alerts also in the Discord. All right. If you guys need me for anything, actually, a little question here and there is a reprieve from a lot of emotional heaviness. I won't mind it at all. I promise. Okay. I will do my best to answer. And between now and then, let's see, brushes, paints, minis, and get your fucking paint on. I am taking you to go visit Ramius. But apparently we're not, wait, hold on. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we are. We're going to go see him. Not only is he nice to look at, but he's a very talented painter. All right. So thank you for joining me. I will see you guys in the verse. Make it awkward. He's shy. Love you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Contact me if you want to while I'm out. I will do my best to answer you guys. Take care.